Order. Welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of June 23rd, 2026. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room, where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on your YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast on Broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Excuse me. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in the council chambers, except today when Ms. Terrell does her presentation on the MOU. There will be a photographer and they will be allowed to take pictures. So that's one exception. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. I ask you to rise for O Canada.
The true north, strong and free, from far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. We'll now have a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Councillor Warren, you have the adoption of the open session agenda.
I do. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Joyce, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026 be adopted as circulated and with the following amendments. Deletion, item 6.1 being a deputation by Jim Wright regarding a request for relief from the sewer component of a high water bill.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, changes? All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting? Councillor Doble, did you have something? If any arise during the course of the meeting, please advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. Notices and information by members of council. Councillor Doble.
Thank you, Mayor. On June 12th, Councillor McDonald and I attended the 50th anniversary of Joanne's Place Health Foods, starting in 1976 out of a house on Kent Street, moving to Queen Square Plaza, then to Lindsay Street, back to Queen Square, and now, for the past several years, located in the Whitney Town Centre on Kent Street. In the course of promoting economic development, it is important that we also support our existing stores, and that includes celebrating significant milestone achievements, such as being in business for 50 years. I was pleased to present a certificate on behalf of yourself, Mayor Elmsley, and the city. So congratulations and continued success to Joanne's Place Health and Foods. This past Saturday was the 24th annual walkathon for a place called home, known as the Markathon, named for Lindsay resident Mark Favang, who has led the Markathon for 23 years. This past Saturday, unfortunately, due to health reasons, Mark Favang was unable to walk on Saturday, so yours truly was appointed Mark 2.0 to lead the walk along with radio host Dave Illman, walking through the various trails that take you right into the downtown on a sunny day with a cool breeze. It really was a wonderful experience, along with about 30 other walkers. Kudos especially to the active transportation advocates, Kawartha Lakes, who were there in full force. They are still counting, but over $5,000 was raised for a place called home. And although it was an honor for me to step in for Mark, the real hero continues to be Mark Favang, who still raised significant dollars on his own and for his vision and passion for this worthy cause. Of course, we are now into the summer season, and there are numerous celebrations and events taking place throughout Kawartha Lakes. In Lindsay, I want to highlight Canada Day in Lindsay. We are celebrating at Wilson Fields on Colburn Street West. There will be free food and fun activities for, free and fun activities. I don't know if the food's free or not. For people of all ages, family games, family games, food, live music, and I better fire up the barbecue, and fireworks. The event starts at 11 a.m. and the fireworks will start at dusk around 10 p.m. That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank all the volunteers and businesses for making Bob Cajun's 150th celebrations really, really incredible. The mayor and I traveled in I think it's older than 100-year-old Model T, so it was kind of touch and go getting it going, but we did, and we had to go beyond everybody else it would stall, so we were kind of at one point the parade. It was a lot of fun, actually. The whole day was incredible, and I want to thank Glenn Walker for being my dance partner. It was really fun. I would also like to invite everyone to Bob Cajun's Canada Day event. It starts at 10 o'clock at Tommy Anderson Park. There's lots of races for kids, and I know there's free cake, and there may be free hot dogs too. Then there's going to be a parade at 2 o'clock, and then incredible fireworks at dusk. So I invite everybody to Bob Cajun on Canada Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. First off, Decoration Day this Sunday, June 28th at the Emily Cemetery in Omimi at 2 o'clock. Please bring your lawn chair. Another note is every Thursday evening for cruise nights at Crawford's. It's proudly presented by the Fowler's Corners Club. This is a night of classic cars, live music, and community spirit. All proceeds throughout the whole year go to a lot of local charities and community organizations. Last year alone, they raised $50,000, which is incredible. And this last month, it's just been a blur of activities going to so many different events. But I do want to, in one recognition I want to give out is to the Janetville Community Day this past weekend. It was their 3rd annual. It was a tremendous turnout. The community spirit was just live and happening. And the volunteers, organizers, and sponsors of this event was just incredible. So just a shout out for them. That's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'd like to announce the annual Strawberry Supper at the Valencia Church and Community Center. It's a fun evening. There's 2 sittings. I think tickets might still be available. It does usually get sold out. It is tomorrow. There's 2 sittings at 4:30 p.m. and another at 6 p.m. Again, it's at the Valencia Church. And if interested, please call Barb Swain at 705-786-2107. Tickets are $20 for adults and $10 for children. Also coming up in Woodville, the Community Festival, also an annual sports event that's sports themed, family fun. Friday evening, July 3rd, and rolls into all day Saturday, July 4th at the Woodville Community Park. Has foods, games, contests, and fun activities for all ages. If you need more information on that, contact Shan and Redham at 905-251-7882. And the library is doing lots of fun stuff this summer. It just keeps getting better and better with the library. And this summer, the library is working alongside multiple municipal departments to host Touch a Truck events. It brings fire services, paramedics, police, waste management, transit, and roads together, providing fun and engaging ways for families to connect with our municipal services, meet staff, ask questions, and it's great for the kids. They just love this kind of thing. We're also collaborating with this water and wastewater with an educational trailer and activities developed by the Ontario Clean Water Agency. It's coming to Bob Cajun, Lindsay, and the Fenland Falls Library branches. This interactive event helps future generations understand the value of water and how the city plays in protecting and managing this very important resource. Oops, sorry. Oh yeah, here we are. The library is also partnering with Parks and Recreation. Branches are distributing 1,100 water safety information packages to families. Library staff is also bringing pop-up story times to teach beach swimming lessons throughout the summer, as well as summer camps to provide lots of programming. In addition, the city's communications and marketing summer student will visit several library branches during popular events to share information about municipal communication platforms, including ways residents can stay informed and participate through many tools. And I think this is important. We have the Jump In, we have the community calendar, the Service Hub, Municipal AI, and the Go Paperless campaign. These are all initiatives by the city that residents can participate in and get be better informed of how your municipality works. Lastly, the library is proud to support the work of the Heritage Development by displaying rotating banners promoting at library branches as part of our 25th anniversary celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, through you. First of all, I want to thank Council Doble for supplying the food on July 1st. That's really nice of him. It's free, too, so. Yeah. But anyway, thanks. July 1st is great. There was lots going on. I attended quite a few places, Boys and Girls Club Youth Awards, which is always so awesome to see these young kids get these awards, well-deserved. The walkathon with the 25th anniversary, and also went to the Janetville Community Day. Well attended, great day to be there and see what's going on in that area. Got a couple things. June 28th, Victoria Manor is having a craft show. So if anybody's interested in some handmade crafts or baked goods or unique items, just please come and support our local vendors. Another big event coming up is July 19th is the car show downtown Lindsay. I don't know if you've been there lately, but it's been a success for years now. It brings thousands of people. It's just like, I remember the old homecoming. You walk down and it takes you a long time to get through the street because you sit there and you talk to everybody. So it's a great event, thanks to Ward's lawyers and the BIA and all the volunteers that make that happen. It's just it's a great day to just come down and look at the vehicles and see people you haven't seen in a long time. So, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just a few things of note. The Executive Director of the City of Kawartha Lakes Family Health Team asked me to provide notice today that the blood lab has reopened in Fenelon Falls at the medical center there at 205 Francis Street East. It is a walk-in service Monday to Friday, 7:30 until 2 p.m., and there will be online and telephone bookings evolving. They had their soft opening, and from what I've heard, there's excellent service, and it's a big relief to the community as all patients are welcome as long as they have a blood or test requisition in hand. Please join us this Saturday for from 5 o'clock to 10 p.m. for Fenelon Falls, provided by the lead agency, the Chamber of Commerce, our Moonlight Madness. Apparently it used to be Midnight Madness, but midnight is too ambitious with bedtimes and staying up, so it is now Moonlight Madness. And it's a celebration really of summer with shopping and tasty treats, live entertainment, games, and more. So all roads lead to Fenelon Falls on Saturday night for the Moonlight Madness. Apparently it isn't just crazy, it's madness, Mayor. So govern yourself accordingly. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge, of course, that this Sunday past was Father's Day. I want to lift up all the fathers and father figures and father memories in our lives. It's also June, so it's Men's Mental Health Month. And Sunday was also Indigenous Peoples Day, which I want to acknowledge as well. And lastly, Happy Pride, Mayor.
Did you want to say anything about Fenelon Falls Canada Day, or?
I would leave that to you, Mayor. It's July 1st, I believe. And
It usually is.
Sure. Again, events for the whole family all day long. The businesses, especially, and as well as the Legion, the long-term care home there, the Fenelon Museum, all provide. I don't know if it's free food, but lots of activities for the whole family. It's a wonderful way to make Canada Day. Lots of decoration and activities around town, and of course, the unforgettable and always remarkable Fenelon Falls fireworks will be held at dusk, as always. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. This coming July 1st, Canada Day, in Omemee, we'll be having celebrations. Begins with a Canada Day breakfast brunch at the Coronation Hall. And also at the Legion all day, well, from 11 to 5, there will be many activities for all families. Everyone is invited to come. The Omemee Beach Park is just about open. It's looking beautiful, and I believe it should be open by July 1st. So if you're in the area, have a look at the Omemee Beach Park. And just wanted, while we're on topic of Omemee, wanted to thank the Omemee Swans for their generous donation to the Omemee Splash Pad. The splash pad is slowly becoming a reality. There is a space allocated for the splash pad in the new redesigned Omemee Beach Park. So it's looking great over there. I'd like to thank John Thurston for being at the Dunsford District Elementary School. We were there a couple of weeks ago and dedicated a new sign to Laura Thurston Park in downtown Dunsford. And John's been crazy busy in the last few months. As we know, he's been here in many places, and he was also at the Bob Cajun 150th anniversary, which I was as well myself, and that was a great parade. Last Saturday, I attended the open house of Premier Equipment. Premier Equipment is in Omemee at the corner of Highway 7 and Heights. This was a John Deere dealership that was started by an immigrant from Denmark, Mr. Ken Svensson, and he built it into one of the largest dealership networks in North America. So congratulations to Ken and the new owners, Premier Equipment. They're a Canadian-US based dealer network all throughout North America. And it's just an incredible new building that was built for the business. And congratulations to John Deere for their new opening here in Omemee. It's the state of the art, and if you're ever in the area, have a look. And finally, I'd like to congratulate and wish Father Israel O'Ruby from Downeyville. He is moving on from his parish, and Father Ruby, he came to Canada in July 2018 from Nigeria, and he certainly has done well over the years, and certainly been through a lot of tough times and helped the community, and was certainly glad to help him with his permanent residency, as my wife went through that one time, and glad that he's becoming a citizen of Canada. He's done a great job, and I wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Just when you thought all the notices and things were over, I have a whole bunch. So, Development Charges Reduction Program. As you are likely aware, the province of Ontario, in partnership with the federal government, very recently launched an $8.8 billion funding program to incent housing starts and construction. Known as the Development Charges Reduction Program, municipalities were called on to make application by June 19, 2026, for offsetting grant funding to reduce development charges imposed on housing units by at least 30% and up to 50% for a 3-year period. Excuse me. With this tight time frame to apply, I recently issued a mayoral decision and directive to staff to make application to the DCRP program to reduce local development charges by up to 50%. The resultant application translates into an approximate $55 million grant request from upper levels of government, with a target of incenting almost 2,000 housing units citywide over the program's 3-year period. It is expected that application success and details will be provided to the municipality within a month or so. Should we be successful, I plan to bring forward to this council before the funding agreement deadline of August 15, 2026, recommendations to participate. The goal is to leverage this opportunity to incent needed housing supply while ensuring cost and impact to existing residents and ratepayers is minimized. Boys and Girls Club Day. On June 5th, we recognized Boys and Girls Club Kawarthas Club Day. For over 125 years, this organization has striven to improve the lives of millions of Canadian youths across the country. Their dedication to our young people has positively impacted their lives through programming and services catered to their developmental needs, both physically and socially. The Boys and Girls Club fosters a caring, creative space that helps kids be kids and flourish amongst their peers. We are fortunate to have Boys and Girls Club in Lindsay and the new hub in Fenelon Falls, and support the wonderful work that they do. Their efforts make all the difference to these children. So thank you to all the folks at the Boys and Girls Club. And last but not least, you recall Kenny Rogers had a song called The Gambler, and it goes, you got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, and know when to run. Well, it is now my time to walk away. I've been on City of Kawartha Lakes Council for 20 years, 4 terms as councillor and 1 term as mayor. I have thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to serve the residents of our municipality. I have enjoyed meeting so many wonderful people and having the opportunity to improve our piece of Ontario. There is no doubt that I will miss being involved in and busy, but there comes a time to move aside and let others take their turn. I will have more to say at a later date, but for now, thank you to everyone I sat on council with for the last 20 years. Thanks to all the directors and their staff. We could not achieve anything without them. Special thanks to the CAO and the Clerk's Department. They are a marvelous team, especially our Mayor and Council EA. Hang on, I got more to fumble. I want to assure residents that this Mayor and Council will continue to do its job right up to and through the 2026 election, despite this announcement. And I want to thank all the residents who gave me their confidence to be on council, and I am forever grateful. Thank you. Thanks. I promised I wasn't going to break down on this, so. But thank you very much. CAO, you have some things from staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I do have one announcement. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I am certainly pleased to introduce and welcome Zayden Alganabi to the City of Kawartha Lakes. Zayden is serving as our city's Director of Public Works. Zayden is a professional engineer, comes to us from Metrolinx, and worked previously with the City of Toronto, as well as the town of Georgina. Zayden started with us just fresh on June 15th, and if I could, Mr. Mayor, I'll just turn it over briefly to Zayden to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, and staff. For those of you I have not had the pleasure to meet yet, my name is Zayden Alganabi, and I'm the new Director of Public Works at the City of Kawartha Lakes. Over the past few days, I have met the Public Works management team, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many of our frontline staff at our Staff Appreciation Barbecue. I was amazed at the dedication, professionalism, and pride that they bring to the work that they do. I couldn't have asked for a better team, and I feel very lucky to be here. A little bit about me. I am a licensed professional engineer. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering from University of Toronto. I've previously worked at City of Toronto, Town of Georgina, and most recently at Metrolinx. A lot of my experience includes looking after municipal infrastructure, including roads, water, wastewater, and utilities. And I grew up and built my career here in Southern Ontario. So I look forward to continuing with that here at the City of Kawartha Lakes. It's really a privilege to be joining the city on its 25th anniversary. And I know from a public works perspective, that's not just 25 years passed by. That's 25 years of roads maintained, water systems managed, and winters braved through. So I want to continue with the excellent work that's been done. And I look forward to learning from you and working with everyone here. I look forward to celebrating a lot more milestones, achievements, and success over the coming years. Thank you.
Welcome, Zayden, and every success to you. Moving on, anything else, CIO? That was it. Okay, anybody else? No? Okay. I need a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 19th, 2026 be received and adopted. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren. All in favor? And that's passed. We have no deputations. We do have one item of correspondence. It's a request for the consideration of a pedestrian crosswalk connecting Boys and Girls Club, Kawartha Club to the George Street Park, Lindsay, and it's from Miss Amy Terrell. So we need a motion that that be received, and I think Councillor McDonald, you're going to make that motion, and you'd like to say something about this?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as you read if you read the correspondence, which I'm sure everybody has, I'd like to send this back to staff to review, and there's a few reasons for that. Is that, first of all, there's no sidewalk on the south side. There's a new daycare center going in that's going to be a lot more traffic. There's a big, beautiful park beside, like across the road, and there's no crosswalk. There's a bus stop on the south side, but no crosswalk to get to it. And possibly a parking lot in the near future that's going to be on the southwest corner. So with all those reasons and the other that have been mentioned here, I think it's worthwhile looking at and have them report back to staff if that's goes through.
Thank you. So you're moving that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Doble? Anybody else? Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Doble? No? You're good? Anybody else? Questions, comments? Councillor Joyce?
I just like that. It kind of ties into the MOU that we have with BCG. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, what's your timing on this?
Probably not Q2 next year, I think, because maybe before summer comes to see if there's a viable choice for that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. New council. Okay, all in favor? We did that? Good. And moving on. Presentations. Ms. Daines, you're up. 2025 Audited Financial Statement Presentation.
Just speak, I guess? Yeah. All right. So we're going to talk about the year of the perfect storm. And you guys have already had a presentation on this topic, but we're here just to tell you the audit is finally over. So we just wanted to give you the final year-end results, talk a little bit about our reserve and reserve funds, tell you about our long-term debt, and go over some financial indicators. Next slide, please. So the 2025 audited year-end results were already presented, I think back April maybe, and we did have a deficit at that time of 18.4 million, where we recommended that approximately just over 16 million be allocated from reserves to fund that deficit. In the end, after the audit was done, there was one adjustment that had to be made, so we now have an additional deficit of $62,023. That just resulted from some grant money that we should have deferred that we didn't. So that is in this report that's on this council meeting. We are asking to fund that from the tax rate stabilization reserve. The area rate deficits will be funded through the 2026 tax levy, so they'll be raised in additional funds through the tax levy. As you know, the storm cost was almost 30 million. We're working through the grant process with the provincial government right now, and we've received about 17 million of that 25. So we're still going through that process. Cash flow has been tight since the storm, frankly, because even though we had approximately 28 million in eligible costs for the storm, those people who work full-time and responded to this storm were not covered under this grant. So there was those hours as well, although those would be typical hours that they would work anyway. So only overtime was covered. And their charge-out rate for equipment is a little lower than what we charge out our equipment at as well. So I would say in excess of 30 million was spent on the storm, actually. With 28 million being applied for and 25 million being received. So we were very fortunate to receive that 25 million. If we didn't, we would have been in real trouble. So in that surplus deficit, you will, I note that the water and wastewater system has reserves built into their budget already in order to finance capital spending in the water and wastewater area. However, there was an additional surplus of 529,000 that went to their water and sewer rate stabilization reserves. And As well, KLH, Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing, who we just discussed at 11 a.m. today, they had a surplus of just over $600,000, and that money was refunded back to the city and county. So when it was refunded back to the city, that helped with our $18.4 million deficit to the tune of around $490,000. Okay, next slide, please. So the area rate deficit, I don't know if you recall, we had, way back in the beginning, we had quite a few area rates, and we've been gradually working away at reducing those area rates that we have. So right now we have transit as an area rate, Ontario Provincial Police and Kawartha Lakes Police Service are all area rated for their operating expenditures. So transit was in an area rate deficit of around $605,000, not revenue related. The revenue actually came in on budget. It was more of a wage increase from our market rate increases, but as well, they added an additional route this year. And the Ontario Provincial Police, we get a bill from them once a year that tells us, here's your budget for the next year. But then they do a retroactive adjustment based on their reconciliations of prior years. So in 2026, we received the bill for 2026. However, it included almost $800,000 amount owing for the 2024 reconciliation. So that's why it is quite high at $921,000. So those were billed out as additional tax levy from the residents of those areas. Transit would be mainly Lindsay residents. Ontario Provincial Police would be everyone but Lindsay and ops. So they would have seen a slight increase in their bills. Next slide, please. So here is our 2025 general reserve balances. And obviously, the reduction from $56 million in 2024 to $28 million in 2025 is directly correlated with the ice storm, the fires that we had, the winter control that we had, the perfect storm that we had. So we had to obviously utilize a lot of our reserves in order to fund that deficit. However, if there's any positive that has come out of it, we have looked at the reserve strategy, which again is on this council meeting, and we are taking a more corporate approach, fewer reserves, more centered on corporate needs, such as building reserves for these weather events that we seem to be having, as well as building reserves towards infrastructure. We do have one area that wasn't, well, it was affected, the general contingency reserve. Some of that funds were uncommitted, so we moved those to the tax stabilization reserve, but it still has a fairly large balance. The majority of that is insurance of about $3 million, and we have a WSIB reserve there for $1 million as well, in order to be prepared for any WSIB claims that come in that are higher than what we would expect. And the insurance is there to deal with any insurance claims that, or claims that are not covered by insurance, which doesn't happen often, but it does happen. So we want to be prepared for that. And obviously, I'm not sure, reserve funds are totally under council control. So you can move funds around. There's no restrictions on their use. We have designated them with specific purposes sometimes, but you can still change that purpose if you so see a need elsewhere. Next slide, please. These are our obligatory reserve fund balances. So we've pretty well stayed the same as the previous year, and these are, majority of that is our legacy trust fund, obviously. $24.3 million from $23.1 million. We actually earned about $1.7 million in the legacy trust fund. The majority of that trust fund is made up, obviously, of Lindsay, $21.2 million. Bob Cajun has $3 million in that, and there is a small reserve for Woodville that we need to deal with at some point. Development charges, $1 million was in those. Other obligatory would include gas tax reserve. Our building department reserve is in there for around $3.5 million. We have a tree canopy reserve for $500,000 in there as well. And this year, in the past, the building reserve, past maybe 3 years, the building reserve has put money away in the reserve. This year, they required money to fund the department. Building department always comes to zero at the end of the year. So it's either funded by the reserve or money into the reserve. So this is note 5 if you're really studying those financial statements, just to let you guys know. Next slide, please. So this is our long-term debt balance. So I always like to explain these long-term debt balances because there's different funding for each one of them. So we have our tax levy funded of 53.4 million. Then we have our water and wastewater debt, that is 53 million. As well, we have our KLH debt, which is about 19.6 million with the onset of Hamilton Street, Murray Street, various housing developments that have occurred in the past 5 years that we've funded by debt. We also have what we call our DC tax levy, water and wastewater debt. So this is funds that are projects that are funded from the development charge reserve prior to growth. So then we take the stance that we debenture those, and those are funded by DC collections. So they're not a drain on the tax levy. They are simply funded by the DC reserve and net to zero in the financial statements. And then we have our Northwest Trunk debt, which was, of course, the northwest end of the city where we developed the infrastructure for sewer, water out there, and the developers are paying a portion of that, and that is their debt. They put payments on that, and we charge them for the interest on that debt. So everything has a different source, like the water and wastewater users they pay the share of the 53.2 that they have. It's different from the tax levy, where the 53.3 is paid by the tax levy and raised that way. So right now, we've gone through a lot of backlog in the city last year, and of course, we needed cash flow. So we were looking to the debenture area to help with that cash flow because we had the perfect storm. So we actually debentured last year 67.5 million, which is probably the most we've ever debentured but that was over 4 debentures. We typically only debenture once a year. So we did 4 different debentures for 67.5 and got rid of quite a bit of backlog. And the biggest increase was seen in the tax area. Last year, our debt was only 108 million. So obviously there's been payments made on that as well to bring the 67.5 increase plus payments of around 18 million for that. We do have remaining backlog, which we will be working on in 2026 of approximately 113 million. And we're currently going out for debenture for Summit Wellness Center, which is funded by debenture for approximately 22 million currently. And we will be doing the same for the paramedic building. And those are construction loans so that we don't get behind on cash flow again. So we'll construction loan the money as we need it. We'll bring it in as we spend money. And then at the end, we'll debenture it with Infrastructure Ontario, who continue to be the best rate that we can find in the market as opposed to the bank. 2026 debt, we have another 87.9 million to add on to that 113 million that we need to go out for. But we do debenture when projects are closed. We don't get a debenture budget of 87.9 million for 2026 and go out for that money. We wait till we spend the money and then we go out. So we are going to be using construction loan financing a little bit more, which is like a line of credit if you look at your personal situation. Okay, next slide. So now we're going to get into some financial indicators, and I will caution you that these are built on financial information return. So the financial information return is like our tax return, but we don't pay taxes. But it's a great big report that we file with the government that tells them all of these things, and so that they can attempt to kind of look at all the municipalities over the province of Ontario and try to find a common ground. And there's certain financial indicators that they recommend, but I will tell you that everybody fills out the FIR differently. So there is a push in the province to try to work on getting that FIR filled out more systematically so that it is comparable, but I find sometimes it's the comparisons kind of wane a little bit because everyone fills out different things. So we'll start with the tax arrears versus total taxes levied. So this looks at your tax arrears that you have for the city as compared to the total tax levy that you've raised. So in this instance, for 2025, our tax arrears ratio is 6.26%. The ministry thinks anything below 10% is a low risk. So we have been in that low risk situation for the last 4 years, you can see, and probably prior to that as well. I can't remember a time we've been, maybe in COVID, we would have been above the 10%, but we really work hard on this area. Revenue and taxation has various collection efforts, send reminder notice, do payment arrangements as well. And this little blip could be a factor of many things. Could be the economic pressure amongst taxpayers. It could be that we settled more outstanding arrears in 2024 than we did in 2025. It could be a lot of factors. Not concerned about this number whatsoever. This is a very good, healthy number for tax arrears. Just to show you some comparisons, the next slide, please. I picked a few areas. I picked these same areas every year, and they tend to be on par in this tax arrears versus total tax levy. I don't really delve into, say, why Prince Edward County is higher, but just to give you a reflection that everyone seems to be under that 10% except for Prince Edward County. Now, what happens when you do these ratios is the FIR for other municipalities is only supplied for the prior year. So the 2024 ratio is based on 2023 FIR, 2025 ratio is based on 2024 FIR, and then I know what the 2025 FIR is going to be. So that's why it's at 6.26%, which is on the other slide. So just to give you a sense of why I include that is because the 25 ratio is actually 24 FIR data. Our deadline for the FIR is May 31st, so oftentimes when I'm doing this presentation, those FIRs aren't up for all the municipalities. So this slide, 2025 water and wastewater arrears. This is actually not something that is known in the FIR. They don't ask about water and wastewater revenue as opposed to water and wastewater arrears. I think I could figure out the revenue, but I couldn't figure out the arrears. It's all part of one big accounts receivable. So I'm just looking really at the FIR comment for AR as a whole, not just water and wastewater. So they say anything above 15% is high risk. We are at that 21.44% in 2025, which has come down each year from 2022. So I think that's a good shows some good management there of the accounts receivable, and they do the same thing on the water and wastewater side. They go and try to monitor the arrears levels, call clients to get them to pay, set up payment arrangements where appropriate. As well, I think in COVID time and for a few years after, we did not do shutoffs. Now, shutoffs are our last resort, obviously, but we do shutoffs if collection efforts fail for everything else. One thing that I will note is that consumption did increase by 1.5%. So that could be a reason too why it's still hanging at that 21.44%. The consumption is increasing the revenue, which might increase the arrears. Okay, so I don't have any comparatives for that water and wastewater, unless I phoned every municipality in the province. So now we're going to look at our total reserves versus total expense reserve ratio. So again, we have to caveat this with we spent 16.9 million of our reserves on financing the deficit in 2024. So this is why we're seeing quite a reduction in this ratio. We're at high risk right now, but with the intent that, or with the caveat that we are looking at the reserve strategy. We're making it a more corporate strategy as well. We're trying to concentrate any increases to reserves in the budgets, future budgets for the tax rate and the environment reserves, because we're convinced or we're worried that the province won't be there for the next big storm. So we want to be prepared for that. So, and weather is becoming a significant factor in our budget for sure. And obviously our target, I don't think we set a reserve target based on this ratio, but it would be greater than the 20%. We had been there in 2024, but the perfect storm happened and here we are. So we will probably refine that reserve strategy as we move along and set a goal for that. So if you look at the next slide, this shows you the same municipalities again that I use as a comparator. And I just, you sit here and you wonder, why do they have such a high level of reserves? And Chatham-Kent kind of stood out to me of 75.53%. Chatham-Kent is one of those municipalities that gets a lot of OMPF funding, very farm related in there. They receive almost 22 million in OMPF compared to our 8.9 million. And Sault Ste. Marie is the same. Sault Ste. Marie gets more OMPF money because of their northern. Anything northern, any municipality that is considered northern gets more OMPF funding. There's 4 factors that factor into it, and one is farm, and one is, 2 of the factors are farm and northern municipalities get more money. Not saying they have that excess money to spend, but that's one of the reasons why, when I kind of went looking for why does Chatham-Kent have that large reserve to revenue ratio. So we did talk at the long-term financial plan presentation that we are targeting for these optimal values in corporate reserves, and we're going to be adding those transfers to the budget as we move forward over the next 10 years. And as well, we're going to look at if we're successful at grants that had reserve funding budgeted already, we're going to replace the grant and put the reserve away in these tax stabilization reserves and weather reserves that we have. Okay, next slide, please. So this is our total debt payments versus total revenue, so our debt servicing ratio. And in our long-term financial plan, as well as the debt strategy that's on this council meeting, we are looking at a debt servicing ratio of approximately 12.5%. So we do have some fairly large projects coming down the pipeline in water and wastewater and roads and bridge work. So there are some municipalities, I'm finding that when you talk to other municipalities about their debt servicing ratio, they're going above the 10% that we had set back in 2019, 2020. Because the funding or the grants just aren't coming for the municipalities in Ontario, and we're therefore having to go to debt financing to finance those larger projects that all municipalities seem to have. So if you looked at the level of our debt compared to our total assets, so you would come out to about, we're 2.5% of our $5 billion in assets, and if you factored that into a $700,000 home, you would be looking at a debt of $17,000. So just to put it in perspective for you, that even though the debt that we have is $160 million, we are, compared to the assets we have a very low ratio of debt to our assets. So for the ministry, the key indication is the annual repayment limit. That's where they center on. And it's calculated a little bit differently than the debt servicing ratio, but it's quite a bit higher than the debt servicing ratio as well. So right now, if we were to look at our ARL, which we call it annual repayment limit, they look at the amount of repayments you have, so the debt principal and interest and not the level of debt that you have. So right now, if we were to go to our annual repayment limit, which would be crazy, we would be able to go out for $600 million more in debt over 30 years than we are right now. So even though we brought in 67.5 in new debt in 2025, we're still at that 4.84% because it's based on total revenue of the city. The ARL takes off grants, takes off like DC funding, takes off other municipal funding, that kind of thing. So, next slide, please. So just to look at the debt servicing ratios of others around us, we seem to be in the running. Again, we have that 2025 ratio based on 2024, and then the FIR 2025 FIR is at 4.84% for the city. And I'll be comparing next year to the 2025 FIRs as well. So we look to be in line with everyone else in the municipalities that I have chosen here. I do know that there's 3 municipalities, Norfolk, Brantford County, and Toronto, are all now at a debt servicing ratio of 15%. So it is showing that increase to show that the grants just aren't there. We have to fund it through debenture. Next slide, and I think we're done. Any questions?
For questions, we'll get a motion to receive. Councillor Warren, Councillor Ashmore, and Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Great overview. It actually really resonates when you start looking at, as you would say, the perfect storm.
Yes.
And I think a lot of our residents need to recognize that that 16.9 million that we actually had to take out of reserves just to cover off our operating deficit is a pretty critical thing to state. I'm just curious, when you look at our debt ratio, moving it up to that 12.5, what's the actual cash value of that?
Meaning what would be the debt that we're heading
Yes.
for? I don't know if we've actually calculated that.
Well, I don't need to know it right now. It's just whether
Yes.
those, maybe look at that if
Yes,
for
definitely
a returning
will.
question.
Yes, yeah.
Just for curiosity's sake. And when we talk about the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, I know they made that announcement last year about allocating some additional funding for municipalities. Did we see any increase between the 2 years from that announcement?
Through the mayor to the councillor. I think we did receive a slight increase, which we were expecting to be a decrease, so we were quite pleased that it came in higher than we thought. But they have these factors that they use, and we don't have the farm. We get a tax assessment factor as well as, I think, financial indicator that they work on based on your debt and your reserves and all that. So we do tend to get a little bit more from that as well. So yeah, it was a little bit more than we thought. Whether or not that will continue increasing or not, I'm not sure. I sit on a OMPF committee with the province right now, and they ask for our opinions on where it should fall, like if we should be more on the farm area, we should be more on assessment area, that kind of thing. And I definitely, indicate our issues with the OMPF. But there is a strong farm community out there. A lot of them seem to be affected.
Yeah,
So,
no,
yeah.
great, and thanks for that advocating, because it's the only way to get that additional funding. So when we're looking at this, decrease, this use of the reserves, and it will obviously going to impact our future, budgets and our reserve contributions and even our capital planning. Like, these are the hard things that we're going to look at. When you said about the 113 million backlog that we have to catch up on, what do you think the overall impact is going to be on reserves, or are we just going to keep, hopefully trend towards building those reserves again?
Our focus, through you, Mayor, to the councillor, our focus is to build up those reserves. The backlog of debt is already pre-approved debt. Like, you've already approved that. We've already factored that into the debt servicing ratio. So I don't believe there will be a big effect on our making those reserve optimum levels that we want to make in the next 10 years, for sure.
Thank you very much for that clarification. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Carolyn, for this. So at the start, you were talking about the perfect storm, and just to be clear, I was of the understanding we were going to get like around 28 million from the province, and are we going to get the 28, or are we just going to get the 25? That's my first question.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So when we filed for the MISA grant, it's called, we had $28 million in expenditures. We actually didn't think we were going to get 25 million. We thought we were going to get lower than that, because the government had said that you have to spend 3% of your tax levy, 100%. on your own expenses, and I think that's around 4.5 million. And then the rest could be covered by this MISA grant. So we're actually only covering about 2.5 million on the tax levy.
Okay.
Whereas when we initially went out for it, we thought it was going to be 4.5.
Okay.
So we're not getting 28 million, we're getting 25.5 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you were factoring in other costs.
Yes.
So just to be clear.
Yes.
I'm trying to get a figure of the perfect storm year of ice storm plus fire.
I'd say we'd be getting up to 35 million
Okay.
total. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. With, if you factored in the full-time staff that had to be deployed for the assistance, which we couldn't apply for, as well as the equipment that we used at our rate. You know, obviously we use an average rate, so, but it was quite a bit higher than what the ministry used. We were required to use the MTO rate. And then the fires we received quite a bill from the ministry, and as well the firefighters that fought that fire for the city of Kawartha Lakes. So I'd say we're getting up to 35 million in. And then there's the winter control, which was quite a bit higher. Like I think it was 17 million compared to a budget of 10.
Wow.
So yeah, we had quite a bit of snow
Yeah,
and ice. Yeah.
Quite
Anything that could happen in 2025, honestly. Yeah.
Almost finished.
Yep.
So we always use pretty much Chatham-Kent as our comparator. And our number one industry is farming.
Yeah.
So it just seems a little unfair. I'm just making that comment. And I'm wondering also, I know we're not unique anymore, but with all our water and wastewater plants.
True. Yeah.
Can that not be part of the scenario of funding that we do get? Because that's always been an issue.
Right. Through you to the councillor. OMPF has nothing to do with water and wastewater, unfortunately, but there are grants coming in for water and wastewater, and we apply for them every chance we get for capital projects, but there aren't really any operating grants out there for water and wastewater, unfortunately. And we do have a unique circumstance. I think I was talking to someone, Hamilton area, a couple of years ago at a conference, and he was saying they have like 15 separate water systems as well, but probably in a much smaller area and with a lot more people. So yeah, we are unique for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Treasurer Daines, I think you said we've received 16.5 million, roughly. So we're still waiting for another 8.5 from the province. It's taking a while. Any sense when we're going to get that? There's that saying, well, believe it when the money's in the bank kind of thing.
Through the mayor to the councillor. Actually, CAO Taylor and Director Bukaboom have really put their foot down with the ministry, and the real reason why we got 8.9 million initially, and then we, when Ron and Sarah got involved, we were given another 8 million. But I don't know if we would have had it this quick if we hadn't kind of said, hey, like we're struggling here with cash flow and we need some money. So yeah, and now they keep saying they're still reviewing our claim. So, and every time we talk to them, there seems to be something else they need. So, and we're quick to reply, like we're within the next day or two replying to their requests. So I don't know, by the end of the summer is my thought process, but it's the ministry, so you just never know.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion to receive. There are no more questions. All in favor? And that's passed. We have a report that's attached to that, 811, 2025 audited financial statements to be received, be approved, and that the remaining 2025 general tax levy deficit of $62,023.15 be funded from the tax rate stabilization reserve uncommitted 1.32285 A412430. Can I have a motion to do that? Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor McDonald Anybody want to speak to it? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Next up, we have an MOU between the City of Kawartha Lakes and the Boys and Girls Club. And we have our own Mr. Ron Taylor and Miss Amy Terrell, for the Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club. And I think she has her photographer with her. So everybody smile. Whenever you're ready, Sia.
Great, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you so much for the opportunity to present and recommend to you a refreshed MOU between City of Kawartha Lakes and BGC Kawarthas. I'm joined by the Kawartha CEO, Amy Terrell, and she is no stranger to any of us, as you know. The city and BGC have enjoyed an absolute positive and long-standing relationship and partnership. And in 2027, some of you may recall that we actually formalized and celebrated that partnership through the establishment of a collaborative partnership MOU. Since that date, since 2027, I've been very fortunate to work with and connect with the former executive directors, and maybe former and current, and now Amy in her role as the CEO there, as well as we're constantly making connections between the two parties, whether it's through our respective leadership and staff, whether it's you, council, and BGC club and foundation board members, and this is past and current over the many years. We're all collaborating regularly on various local initiatives and programming. And over this particular term of council, you also entered into annual funding arrangements with BGC to sustain and expand important youth services, and particularly the youth drop-in and programming. And as stewards of this MOU currently, both Amy and I are here at council today. We presented at her board yesterday. I'll defer to Amy in a minute for comments on how that went. We are both recommending to you, and now here today, to refresh that MOU, that MOU be approved. And we're also requesting authorization to develop a multi-year operating funding agreement to extend and formalize the city's investment in BGC, and in particular, as I mentioned, to continue the delivery of those youth services, as I mentioned. So with that, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you, I'm going to turn it over to Amy for some additional remarks and updates. And then following, we're certainly both here and happy to answer any questions that you may have on the MOU itself.
Thank you, Ron. And thank you for allowing William McGinn to take still photos with his camera today. So we have that as just a record. And may I just say, it's always a pleasure to come to council. I really think I should come more often because I always learn something very important about our city. I know we can watch online, but you know, being here is a privilege. And also today, it seems like a rather auspicious day, Mayor Elmsley, for your announcement. So to that, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to support this pitch to renew the partnership, the MOU with BGC Kawarthas, which was first, as Ron said, established in 2017 before my tenure began. But our staff, all of us, our boards of directors, really enjoy the amazing partnership we have with so many, not only Mr. Mayor and Council, but also many of your staff. And so some of those mutually beneficial files that we work on, from childcare to recreation to economic development. Our club is making significant efforts to expand our services to more children and youth and families. And this bold direction, it's consistent with our strategic plan, but it wouldn't be possible without the support of this council and your amazing staff team here as well. As many people may know, we're in the process of developing 54 more licensed childcare spaces in our building at 107 Lindsay Street South, and I can tell you, I have a hard hat on my desk so that I can supervise that work, but it's going very well. In your package, you have last August's report on our operating grant, and I just wanted to speak a little bit to that. We're tallying our numbers. We're just, ending the school year now, so I thought I'd give you a brief verbal update on that report, because that does relate, of course, to the operating grant, which supports extended hours of youth drop-in in Lindsay at the Youth Warehouse and the establishment of the new drop-in center in Fenelon Falls called The Loft. Youth Drop-In at the Club, as you may recall, offers safe and supportive spaces for youth in grades 6 to 12, and importantly, at no cost to those youth. They participate in programs that include mental health support, leadership, cooking, physical activity, academic help, and much more. They hang out with friends, and they make new ones. In Lindsay, so here are some stats for you that I'll have in a more formal report later this year, but we have 389 unique youth participants this year at the warehouse. So these are young people that our staff know by name, they understand their stories, and they know and are able to work with them to identify some opportunities for them to grow. In the winter, our popular dinner program averaged 50 to 60 each night. One 16-year-old participant explains that sometimes dinner at the club is the only meal teens know that they will have that day. It's not just about food. It makes us feel like someone cares. In Fenelon Falls, we ended last school year. So in your report, after 4 months of operations, we had, it was between 15 to 20 registered. I think we had made it up to almost 20 at the end of last school year. We now have 60 registered in Fenelon Falls. And this rapid growth demonstrates certainly, number one, how needed the programs were there. But one of the biggest factors is also the visible location that we have now at 30 Colburn Street. And we've also been able to strengthen partnerships with early on and with CMHA and bringing them into that space with us to really properly utilize such a vibrant location. I wanted to say that the community of Fenelon Falls has embraced us and stepped up to support what we're doing for youth, and for that we're very, very grateful. But without the seed funding from Kawartha Lakes, there is no question this program would not exist. I look forward to working with Ron Taylor as we work towards the multi-year operating grant. And so on behalf of our boards of directors and all the staff at BGC Kawarthas, thank you to each of you on council this term for your support in the work that we do. You're helping us give kids the gift of opportunity, and as we like to say, opportunity changes everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the present deputation from Amy and Ron? Councillor Perry and Councillor Warren. Questions? Councillor Richardson. Deputy Mayor.
It's all good. Thank you. Thanks for coming today, Amy. And, what you folks have done is a proven track record of, success when it comes to our youth, and we can't thank you enough for that. I'm just wondering, for us, for our own, how does that multi-year agreement feel coming to you?
Thank you. Well, I think that, with working with Ron Taylor initially, we looked at a 3-year operating grant, and that provides some stability, certainly, for us to continue the programs. The most important thing for us is that when we open programs, we can sustain them. We haven't run the specifics. It would certainly be our intention to remain fairly consistent with what our agreement is now. But Ron has given me the latitude to just sit down with my staff and make sure that when we're looking at our budgeting going forward, that we can stick to that number.
Well, I'm thinking the great partnership will continue. So thank you for everything you do.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming, Amy, and all the work that you've done there. And this certainly transformed the BGC. It's I know there was quite a few councillors that were there. They had Councillor Day, Camp Day, I guess it was, and I think that was 2023. And we're doing everything, including rock climbing. So that was pretty good. Made us feel pretty young again, and it was quite an experience. So we really impressed with the facility. Just totally impressed and blown away as to what's been done inside and outside of that building. It's incredible. Just one quick question with the stable funding. I would assume that you'll be able to partner with the smaller communities. I know in Dunsford you have a partnership there. Like, will that continue? And the partnerships with the smaller communities that BGC supports and works with?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and I do recall you scaling that wall very quickly. Yes. So this agreement has only ever referenced our youth drop-in, and so our after-school programs and licensed childcare continue to operate throughout City of Kawartha Lakes. And what we'd love to do is work with, and I know it's a priority of many organizations in this community, to try and expand transportation opportunities so that those youth in grades 6 to 12 who are in the north part of City of Kawartha Lakes can fully participate in that new drop-in program, just as we try and make that happen for Lindsay and South at the youth warehouse. That's a work in progress, but we'd love to come up with some innovative ways to make sure that transportation is part of that story, which might help in Dunsford for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you've exhausted all the questions. I just want to say congratulations and just keep on doing what you're doing. It's great.
Thank you very much.
So we have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. And following that is the report, which is the Memorandum of Understanding between City of Kawartha Lakes and Boys and Girls Club Kawarthas be received, that the 2026 Memorandum of Understanding is outlined in Appendix A to Report CAO 2026-004 be approved, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the 2026 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Kawartha Lakes and the Boys and Girls Club Kawarthas, and that the CAO be authorized to develop a multi-year operating funding agreement with Boys and Girls Club Kawarthas to maintain funding for youth drop-in services, drop-in and programming, and report back to council with a draft funding agreement for consideration in Q1 2027. I have a motion for that. Councillor McDonald and Deputy Mayor Richardson. Questions, comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll have to make sure Amy comes to more meetings, then I'm off the hook for
Well, yeah,
questions.
exactly.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Moving on to item 9 is the Committee of the Whole. Can I have a motion that the minutes of the Committee of the Whole meeting of June 2nd, 2026 be received, and the recommendations included in sections 9.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept item 932. I have a mover and seconder. Councillor Doble, seconder. Councillor Joyce, all in favor, and that's passed. Councillor Ashmore, that extraction 932 is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I extracted this. I wanted to have a follow-up motion, but just wanted to see how we could work this. I had a draft motion for council and for staff. How would you recommend here? So to get a report back to council regarding this.
Yeah, well, I think you want to make a motion to refer this to staff for a report back, and that you can then send them the items you would like to see included in the report, but give them some loose parameters of what you want the report to contain.
Okay, thanks. Would you need that now, or just send it? Okay.
Your motion is to refer to staff.
Okay, that's fine.
So when do you want, you need to say what they should do. I think it's to eradicate the biomass in both Mitchell and Canal Lakes.
Yeah.
And that they report back to the new council probably second quarter 2027. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
If they have to do a lot of consultation, because I think you want to consult with various people, plus the indigenous population.
That's right, and it's not just Canal and Mitchell Lake, but any other lake, in the Trans-Severn Waterway. But I mean, if it has to be, that seems to be where the deputant said was the main concern, so those two lakes.
Okay, so your motion is to have staff report back on the biomass in Mitchell and Canal Lakes. We'll start with that, and if you're successful, getting that back, then you can move on to other lakes. And
do a receive first, so it's separate and it's on the books.
yeah, and we'll receive that first, and then then the motion is to revert to staff. So you're fine with that motion?
Good, thank you. Yep.
Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Warren, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, I do, through you. And so when the deputant was here, I was pretty specific on what actions could be taken, and I still believe that. This is not a municipal affair. It's Trent-Severn. They're the only ones that can give permits to remove weeds from lakes, be it Mitchell, wherever. So I just wanted to speak to that, and I'm kind of floored or kind of surprised that the councillor doesn't know that Trent-Severn, really, it's their bailiwick, it's not ours. And I just wanted to say that, and I pull my second.
Did you say you pulled your second? Is there a seconder for this motion? Going once? Going twice? Sorry, councillor. Sure.
Yeah, so that's not correct, Councillor Warren. This is the Trent-Severn Waterway does have a lot to do with us as a municipality and the people who are affected by it. It's not just something kicking it down to the federal government. Proof of that is when in 2019, a Parks Canada partnership, we had one of a kind. There are 3 federal waterways in Canada. Trent-Severn Waterway is one of the main waterways in Canada that is run by the federal government. And we had an awesome workshop, and we had people from Trent-Severn Waterway. We had all the estate owners, all the cottagers associations, provincial government, First Nations, Bob Cajun, Reconciliation Bob Cajun. They were all there. They all participated, and this council actually ratified this deal. So, I mean, we have done this, and this was a landmark decision, a landmark report that probably the first one in this country that was made, and that was on an issue of vegetative growth in Pigeon Lake. So the deputant came here asking for help, and I just think that all we could do is just get a report. That's all he was asking for. And if council decides not to approve it, that's fine. That's council's wish. But, I just think that if you have questions, we'll hash that out when the report comes, because we can't just give accusations and misinformation right now. It has to all come in that report. So that's why I wanted a simple report. It doesn't have to be time sensitive. It can be within the year. I realize there's election and everything else, but there's also workloads by staff. But I think it's really inappropriate that, a member of council would say things like that. But anyways, I'll let it be. But so we're trying to get more information to help the people to solve their problem. That's all we're doing. But anyways, that's fine. I did my best. I tried.
Do you want to make a motion to receive the deputation?
I'll make a motion to receive it. That's fine.
Okay. Could I have a seconder to receive it? Briefly.
Briefly, I've been, chair of Kawartha Conservation Ontario. I know that to get a permit, you need to go through Trent Severn. That's the bottom line with this. And this has kind of gotten a little bit political. And there was a petition with my name on it, actually, that was sent around through all this. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
We have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. Moving on to Planning Advisory. I have a motion that the minutes of the Planning Advisory Committee meeting of June 3rd, 2026 be received and the recommendations included in section 10.3 of the agenda be adopted. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Councillor Doble, I think you have consent matters.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Warren, that all of the proposed resolutions shown in section 11.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 11.1.3, 11.1.5, 11.1.6, 11.1.7, 11.1.11, 11.1.12, and 11.1.19.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. First extraction, 1113. Councillor Doble is fence encroachment at 72 Wellington Street.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that report RS 2026-023, update fence encroachment at 72 Wellington Street, be received, and that staff enter into a license agreement with the owner to permit the fence encroachment. If I could have a seconder to that, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to it.
Councillor McDonald, you're seconding it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have carefully read staff's report, and I appreciate and I understand where they're coming from in their recommendation not to enter into an encroachment agreement with the owner of 72 Wellington. However, I have visited this property on numerous occasions over the past 8 months or so where this issue has come up, and I would note the following. 1, the fence in question was placed in replacement of a much larger and wider hedge that created serious visual barriers to drivers at that intersection. The fence in question is only 3 feet high, built with 4x4 wood posts, and certainly presents a safer situation to what was previously there. 2, we have just gone through one of the snowiest winters, apparently 3 times what we normally get in a normal winter, and there were no issues with sidewalk plows and the subject fence as a strike hazard. 3, as noted in the report, Mr. Roche is not able to relocate his fence within his actual boundaries due to public infrastructure on his property. 4, I would note as well that the subject property is located at the corner of Wellington and Sussex, where there is already an all-way stop. This is an older residential area. Surely the fact of 4-way stops at this same intersection should mitigate against any perceived risk of a slender stick wood fence that is 4 inches wide and 3 feet high. Look, Mr. Roche erred in building his fence without seeking prior approval. However, he was also aware at the time of other fences right on his city block that are located on the city sidewalk lines, and he went ahead and built a structure that resulted in safer sight lines in comparison to what was at his home previously. Looking at the photos contained in the appendix, it is unfortunate that we don't have a picture at the very corner of the fence. It should be noted that Mr. Roche did not take the fence to the very corner with a right angle. He began to taper the corner shortly before the fence actually reached it, rounding out the corner, so to speak. I can see that it may be preferable to ask Mr. Roche to begin that tapering a few feet further back from the corner on both sides, thereby opening up the visual sight lines somewhat. But beyond that, I would prefer that we do not ask Mr. Roche to remove his fence, hence my motion.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, do you want to speak to it?
Sure, thank you, through you. I also have been up to the property a few times also, and have to agree with Councillor Doble. When you read the report, it talks about safety, and we know that everybody around the table it's important to have safety in mind, but this is a four-way stop. And this 3-foot fence has nothing to do with safety, because everybody is probably worried about what vehicle is going to go first instead of looking down the road to see if there's an issue. So that part of it there, whatever, and I like about the agreement, the encroachment agreement, that'll stop any liability from the city and so on, because he realizes that if the fence gets damaged or whatever, because if the plow hits it or whatever, we won't be responsible and so on. So I think it does two things here. I think the fence is okay with myself, and I don't think there will be any liability with the encroachment agreement, as long as that has that agreement in there that covers the city for any liability for that corner. So as long as that has it in there, I'm okay with it. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just maybe a question to the councillor. Recognizing what you're saying, of course, and the other end is being precedent setting and being consistent across the entire city of Kawartha Lakes. With this grant license agreement, are you adding the amendment in regarding the snow load and damage, or is this already in the agreement?
I would expect that to be part of the actual wording within the encroachment agreement.
Okay. Councillor Joyce, and you had this extracted as well. Is this a good opportunity, or did you want to deal with this and then come back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can you speak to it right now?
Okay, thank you.
Excuse the pun, kind of sitting on the fence on this one. I just wanted to listen to all the arguments here.
I'll make all the bad jokes here.
I'd love to ask the Director of Public Works what he thinks on this, but I know you started just 2 weeks ago, so. I drove around, and couple things here is from my perspective, and I could be wrong on terms of road allowance, but 53 Bond Street has a fence right to the sidewalk. There's no number on this house, but the northwest corner house at Peel and Sussex has a fence that appears to me to be on public or road allowance infrastructure. Councillors know at the table here, no, I'm hesitant to make exceptions, because next thing you know, things happen, and in fact, at 64 Peel Street, they're in the midst of building a fence. Very similar, it's only partially built right now, to what's happening at 72 Wellington. So it's already starting to happen. But I understand Councillor Doble's arguments, and I think they're rather sound. I just really looked at 53 Bond, that fence has been there for a long time. Why was that not pointed out by Public Works? I just don't understand the discrepancies here. So I just wanted to talk to that. And I'm going to make a decision as we wind this up. Thank you.
I think in some cases, those fences may have been looked at and came to council, and council had them licensed, or they were, I know in one case, the fence was replaced with a wrought iron fence that you could see through, and so it wasn't necessary to take it down because the sightlines were maintained. So, you know, it could be something like that, but I would encourage you to perhaps reach out to bylaw and suggest that they have a look at, especially the one that's being built, so that we don't run into this down the road. Councillor Richardson.
Sorry, back to me, follow-up. I see City Solicitor Carlson is online. I'm wondering, based on my last question, if in this grant license agreement that we can be specific.
Ms. Carlson, did you hear the question?
It was pretty quiet, but I understand that the question was, will we cover all concerns regarding liability in the license agreement for encroachment? And yes, we will.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a seconder. What is your wish, council? All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Moving on to 1115, which is debt policy and reserve. Councillor Ashmore, you extracted that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got answers there. Thanks, Director Boogaboom, for getting back to me there today. So my questions were basically, as we grow as a municipality, obviously we need to finance, and we're using Infrastructure Ontario, which is fine, but my question was about, and I brought this up before, was about establishing a credit rating for the corporation. You know, as a person, as an individual, you know, no credit rating is actually worse than a bad credit rating, because you've got to have something to work with. So right now we don't have a credit rating, and if we did have a credit rating, we could access a lot more funding from capital markets, pension funds and the like, and they require credit ratings. So a lot of municipalities have credit ratings, cities, you know, and there's a big difference in the rates from A to AA to AAA. And my question was, like, you know, down the road, or sooner than down the road, I think it would be prudent that we look into establishing a credit rating for the for City Kawartha Lakes, and it would help us with you know, accessing more funding, more equity, more sources of funding for infrastructure down the road. So I'm not sure if Director Boogaboom could kind of add to that, but that's what if she could explain the rationale as to how we're going to just sort of hold it right now.
I think we've asked that question in the not too distant past, and the answer was that they continually monitor, and it has to do with our size. But Director, did you want to speak to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, it's both dependent on our size. It's also dependent on item 3.16 on the agenda today, the 10-year long-term plan. There will come a point in time when $500 million in water and wastewater infrastructure would certainly behoove us to look at a credit rating. In the 21 to 2036 period, we have some very significant water, wastewater infrastructure to address the growth, and that would be a good time to start getting our administration in order, preparing for a credit rating, being able to secure interest at a better rate than Infrastructure Ontario, to the councillor's point. And it would also allow us to debenture over a longer time period, whereas Infrastructure Ontario cripples us to a 30-year debenture. So we could then match the life of the asset to the life of the debenture. So I do agree, in the next 5 years, it would be time to commence work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, you also had that extracted.
I did. I got my questions answered. Thank you very much. I'll move it as printed.
You're moving it as printed? Is there a seconder? Councillor Warren, do you wish to speak to it?
No, Director Bukuboom was very helpful. I had a question. It's been clarified. I understand it better. It's all good.
Councillor Warren, do you want to speak to it? Okay. Motion on the floor is as printed, so all in favor? And that's passed. Moving on, 1116 is a long-term financial plan update. And again, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Dr. Bukaboom and I had a 45-minute meeting through lunch. We got through my 4 questions. I understand, all clarified. I'm good. So again, I'll move it as printed.
Thank you,
and
sir.
My apologies for Dr. Bukaboom to take, occupying her lunch period.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson. Questions, comments? No? All in favor? And that's passed. 1117 is the revised council computer system. Councillor McDonald, you had that extracted?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I did talk to Peter Evans, and he answered my question, so I'll move it as printed.
Just hang on a sec, because Councillor Ashmore also had it extracted.
Yeah, thank you. I also talked to him and as well, and like Councillor McDonald, I'm okay with it. It just explained that it's going to take effect next term. And however, I did mention or did ask questions about the practicality of having 2 phones all the time, and and when I talked to him about, a lot of people when they have a new phone, they pay for it themselves, which I do. We get reimbursed for our carrier, for our time, for our billing to our service carrier. However, I know the new phones, and my phone at least has the 2-factor identification, so the new phones that you buy are very, very security oriented, and they have to be. So, but his explanation was that it doesn't matter whether it's on the phone, it could be another a laptop or a computer, but anyways, it's been budgeted for, I guess. So,
are you going to second?
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. Anybody else got questions or comments on that policy? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Electric vehicle charger grant, Councillor Warren.
Through you, I'll just move this and just say how very happy I am that we're moving forward with chargers for our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, you also extracted that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I might need some help with protocol here, because I want to move it in terms of the grant application piece there. I think that's a very good move. This is my concern, is the location is based on cost efficiencies and minimizing public disruption, which is a good, but I'd like to flip that around and put location, put the premium of location on revenue potential. And in that case, like to refer the location piece back to staff to have a conversation with the Economic Development Division to identify an optimal use location for an EV charger to.
I think the grant is specific, it has to go in that location.
Then I'll just move it as passed then. Or I'll second it as passed.
Director Rojas, did you want to say something?
Through you, your mayor, just to add to it, the Peel Street parking lot is in our downtown core. It is an approved capital project and is heavily used. The vacancy rate is quite low there. So there is a lot of traffic there. I can't think of a higher volume road or parking lot in Lindsay. So now whether people drive electric cars or not is a different story. But that particular lot is well used.
Back to you, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what percentage would be local residents versus tourists? Because local residents will charge their EV at home and not require an EV charger when they go downtown shopping. That's where I'm going with this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have ridership information. There is a way of doing it. When we did an EA in Fenton Falls, they use cell data. So they legally track your cell data to know where your destination origins is. And they could tell if you're visitors or if you're local, and where you're going to and from. No privacy issues are violated, no names are given. It's just trip generation. So there is a method of doing that. We just haven't done that for downtown Lindsay.
Thank you, Director. That's where I wanted to go with this. If we had that flexibility, it just might mean that investment would go somewhere else. But I understand it's tied into that particular parking lot, so it is what it is. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And again, it's a great project based on the funding that we're getting and also piggybacking on existing capital works, which I think is smart. Councillor Joyce triggered a question, though, for me. Is there operating costs associated with this, and do we retain the revenue from it?
Director.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so right now we are resurfacing the parking lot and we're upgrading the hydro load to service that EV station. So there's different models that the city is looking at. So one model is we run it. We own the EV charger, we collect the revenue, we maintain it, all that. That's one model. Another model is a hands-off model, it's a third party. So we basically contract that out to a third-party provider. That third party owns it's basically a lease. They own the EV charger, they collect the revenue, we could take a cut of it up to negotiations. And then there's a hybrid model, anywhere in between. So those are the two extremes. That model hasn't been determined yet, right? So that's the next step. So right now, we get the grant, we build the pad, we make sure the hydro is suitable for it. The next step is to determine which model is best.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Yeah, I was going to mention the same thing, that that parking lot's been planned for last year. We end up getting the grant. There's a pole there with the hydro. It made sense. And to the question for Councillor Joyce is that, you know, until you build it, you don't know. You know, people who travel with EVs, once you put it on your computer and you put it on your phone, they know exactly where to go, and then time will tell us how much is being used. So you won't have that information until you build it, right? So, but anyway, that's, like I said, that parking lot's full all the time, and it's close to downtown, so which makes sense for tourists. If they want to come, they're only a block from downtown, and they can use it. So anyway, thanks for that.
Councillor Warren. You want to sum up?
Just summing up, yeah. And I was just going to say through you to Councillor Joyce, it's very close to the library. I couldn't help that. But, you know, Councillor McDonald is correct in that it's on your phone, it's on an app, it's in your car. I just got an electric car. It lets you know where all the plugins are. So when you're coming through Lindsay, you're going to go there. There are very few plugins in Lindsay. I think this, if we go forward, which is only one charger, but it does 2 cars, I think they're very few, maybe 4 in all of Lindsay. So I'm just happy that this is a great start, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, we got a mover and seconder. Can I have it for the motion as printed? All in favor? And that's passed. Next extraction, Councillor Richardson, you have traffic control on Ski Hill Road.
I do, and thank you through you. This is more of, I'm going to move it as printed, of course, but just to, again, thank residents for bringing their concerns forward, but also recognizing staff, what they have done. You know, we've done the proactive measures with the new parking restrictions, signage, pavement improvements, lane changes and sightline enhancements, and it has made a significant difference, acknowledging in the report that at this time, there's not an always stop or traffic signal that is warranted, but also to make sure that the residents know that we will continue monitoring this area, which I think is an important message as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. So thank you.
Do you want to move the report? And seconded by Councillor Warren. Any questions or comments on it? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Last but not least, we have relief from development charges. Councillor Ashmore, 11-1-19.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would just, on this situation here, the deputy came here, and I'm just looking at the dates here and just wondering, like, if there's any way we can help these people here. They started this almost 2 years ago. Should they not? I know we gave exemptions to a lot of large companies, but you know, here's a smaller company, up and coming company, and you know, they're not going to be getting this 2,500 square meter exemption, which is going to translate into an extra $1.7 million in development charges. But the thing is, they started this process almost 2 years ago, February 2024. So 23 months ago, they started before the new rates came in. So, you know, I just find it kind of, I know they got a grant from the government, but still they're, excuse me, they're on the hook for another $1.7 million. And if there was any way that this could be phased in or over time or reduced, I just wonder what we could do for them, you know? I mean, you're looking at quite a few potential new jobs here, and I know we've tried to help them, but it's clear that they've been in negotiations. They've started the process 23 months ago, and a month or 11 months before the new rates came in, and now they're subject to the new rates, even though they started the process before. So I just thought, well, is there any way they could be grandfathered in or reduced a bit or helped out a bit?
I don't think so, because they don't have an application in for a site plan yet. I believe I'm correct in that. Director Barry is nodding her head. So, you know, they had the opportunity to get it in before December, and they chose not to. So we'll see what the rest of your colleagues have to say. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. And absolutely, Councillor Ashmore's right. It does have some economic benefits to us, and it's exciting news and whatnot. But am I correct, if I can ask Director Barry, that we have legal constraint on this as council? We, under the Municipal Act, cannot make a change to the DC based on for private businesses?
Thanks for the question. And through the mayor, you're absolutely right. There is a section in the Municipal Act that prohibits council from granting relief for these exact scenarios. You may be familiar with the term bonusing, and that's what this would be the equivalent of. The only exception is when there's a community improvement plan that the municipality has approved and that the land in question is within a community improvement plan project area. In this case, the city does have a 10-year strategic CIP, community improvement plan, and there is a program within that plan that allows for DC or development charge relief, but it is limited to residential relief and does not include non-residential uses. It is a 10-year plan. It's up for review and renewal in 2028. The staff report provides council with some food for thought, some consideration as to how the community improvement plan could be reassessed or expanded to allow for a funding source for projects like this and similar projects for non-residential relief.
Thank you, Director Barry, and that's, and I'm familiar with the CIP too, recognizing that there could be some future options, so thank you for expressing that as well. But like I said, it's hard for us as a council to move forward with this because of that legal constraint.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, there's no doubt that this development would be very welcome to the city of Lindsay for sure. But there's one question I just wanted is that the Councillor Ashmore brought up, a phase-in. Is there such thing as a phase-in for development charges? If all the paperwork is in, can they have a year or two to pay that? I'm not sure if these people would be interested in that, but is there something like that that could happen?
Through the mayor, to address the question, it's limited. There are some phasing possibilities. As far as I'm aware, those are regulated by the DC legislation, by the DC Act, and by our DC bylaw, predominantly for residential rental uses and not commercial uses. But I certainly would ask the mayor to open the floor to my colleagues in finance or asset management if there's any type of opportunity beyond what I've described to help answer that.
Director, did you have something?
Just a comment on that. So Director Barry is correct. For example, in 2014, if you remember back that far, when we increased the DCs, the DC bylaw specifically had a phase in because there was a large jump. So we went 50% in year one, and we slowly over 2 or 3 years went up to the full rate. So there is a possibility of phasing it in, but it has to be passed by council in the bylaw in the DC background study. So you can't do it ad hoc afterwards. You have to do it as part of the process, like we did in 2014. In the current DC that you passed last year, there was no phase-in option that was available. We just didn't put it in the act. Instead, we came to council with, I believe, 7 agreements that were development ready. Mostly all of them were residential, where they locked in their rate for a period of time. So that was the mechanism to do it. As Director Barry mentioned, commercial is a little bit different because it's a for-profit commercial enterprise. So the rules are a little bit different. But regardless, the phase-in option wasn't implemented in the current DC bylaw, so they're not applicable at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Doble.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've actually met with the developer and last year, and was very excited about what is being proposed, and it would be something that very good for our community to have this this development take place. I also hear and read through the report, and I conclude that really we're really legally constrained here. We can't be bonusing, and I appreciate that, and I recognize that at this point we don't even have a site plan agreement. My question, though, is more to you, Mr. Mayor. Your announcement this morning through the strong mayor powers regarding the new OREG on the reduction of municipal development charges by up to 50%. And now it says for all residential development types, specifically through the successful implementation. If I read that, is that restricted to residential development, or is there a potential that the new program or the new plan for the reduction of development charges could potentially apply to the subject property?
Thank you. It is specific to residential. It doesn't cover anything outside it. Councillor Ashmore, back to you.
Thank you. Through you to Director Barry. So the last 6 years, and we passed this, I believe it was 2019 or 2020, we passed, and I don't know if I want to call it bonusing or whatever it was legally passed, and it was legit, it was legal, and it was passed by council that for that period of time, for 6 years, businesses up to 2,500 square meters, which is slightly over 27,000 square feet, which is a good sized building, they were exempt from commercial taxes, commercial development charges, sorry. So if you're saying that it's illegal, how could that be illegal when we were doing it legally for 6 years? Like, I'm kind of confused here, because were we doing it illegally for 6 years? Because we were doing it for 6 years, and I could give you 2 examples. 2 companies that came into Kawartha Lakes, Brooklyn Concrete and John Deere, who built that new building in Omimi. They built that because they had that incentive to build it. And if it wasn't for that incentive, they most likely would not have come here. But so we had that in place. So am I hearing this wrong, or hearing this right, that was illegal that we had for 6 years? Because it was
No, because it was part of the development charges bylaw. So there was an actual bylaw that allowed that to happen. In this case, there is no bylaw that allows that to happen.
But it was an incentive, right?
Pardon me?
It was an incentive at the time.
It was perfectly legal, and I don't think Brooklyn Concrete had to pay development charges because they took over an existing building and development charges did not apply to them.
Well, they actually poured millions into that property, so I mean,
But they didn't pay development charges. So
I will find that out for you, because I'm pretty sure they did. I know they did in Omimi, so at least they avoided it, but that was the incentive. So it was an incentive, and we had it for 6 years.
it was an incentive, and it was perfectly legal.
But getting back to what Councillor McDonald said, like, there has to be a way, maybe we could phase this in or something. Is there any way we could help these people?
The DC bylaw has already been passed. The only out right now is what the federal and provincial government did by allowing us to reduce development charges, but only for housing. It is very specific. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, as well. I did sit on 14 meetings for the development strategy last year, and one of the concerns that did come out of this was that some of those DCs that Councillor Ashmore was talking about ended up being a shortfall and ended up being paid through the tax base. So development should pay for development.
Exactly. So do I have anybody who would like to move this as printed? Councillor Joyce and Deputy Mayor Richardson. Anybody else want to speak to it? All in favor? And that's passed. And do you want to take till 3:15 for a break? Pardon me? Okay. We have no petitions, and Councillor Perry, you have the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Warren that the bylaws shown in section 14.1 of the agenda, namely items 14.1.1, 2 and including 14.1.18, be ready first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
Questions, comments? No? All good? All in favor? And that's passed. Now we'll take till 1:15. And when we come back, we'll go into closed session.
Sorry, sir.
I get a mover and seconder that the closed session agenda be adopted as circulated. Councillor Doble, Councillor McDonald. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest for any of the items listed on the closed session agenda? Seeing none, should any occur, advise the chair will deal with them accordingly. At this point of the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider the items under Section 16.3 of the agenda. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all electronic participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. Could I get a mover and seconder that council convene into closed session at 3:16 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 16.3 of the regular council meeting agenda of Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026, namely items 16.3.1 to and including 16.3.8. I think that's 16.3. Yep, okay. I have a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all those in favor? At this point in the meeting, broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable. The live stream of the meeting on YouTube and the rebroadcast will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of those involved within the closed session, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting and council chambers at this time. Do you need some time, Joel? Madam Clerk, matters from closed session.
Through the mayor, item 16.3.1. The confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of May 19th, 2026 were approved. Item 16.3.2. Staff provide council with an update regarding negotiations pertaining to an acquisition of land located off County Road 24, Bob Cajun. Council provided direction to staff. Item 16.3.3. Council provided direction to staff with respect to the potential acquisition of lands required to formalize ownership of portions of the traveled road allowance as Grove Road that encroach onto private lands. Item 16.3.4. Staff provided an update on the status of negotiations with Emerys Canada Inc. in relation to the proposed license agreement and permission to enter. Council provided direction with regards to the proposed alternate access route. Item 16.3.5. Council received an update and staff was provided with instructions. Item 16.3.6. Staff was provided with instructions. Excuse me. Motion is required for 16.3.7. That the appointment of the following public members to the Pollinator Action Team and Bird Friendly Kawartha Lakes Team be approved.
You're moving that, Councillor Warren, and I think Councillor Doble was the bird man of Lindsay.
Yes, I'm moving that.
That's what I heard.
Do we have to actually name?
Yes, I will.
Birdman of Lindsay.
So we have to name the people, I believe. Do we not?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Deborah Pearson. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Deborah Pearson, Christine Zabostos, Camara Molloy, Annette Payne, Diane Ferguson, Catherine McNeely, Ruth Cameron, and Una Dirk Thomas be appointed to the Pollinator Action Team for a term ending November 14th, 2026. And Jamie Morris, Barry Snyder, Rob Stevinga, John Bick, Neil Gray, Marcus Legsdins, Tom Luloff, Zachary Steele, Laura Swift, Hayden Wilson, and Britt Zias be appointed to the Bird Friendly Kawartha Lakes Team for a term ending November 14th, 2026. Item 16.3, oh, sorry, now you can do a motion. Sorry.
So we have a mover and seconder. All in favor? And that passes.
Item 16.3.8, Council received a verbal report regarding council security. And that's all from closed session, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Richardson, you have the confirming bylaw.
I do. Thank you through you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Doble, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbers signed, and the corporate seal attached.
All in favor? And that passes. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Warren, Councillor Perry. All in favor? Thank you all very much.